apply the blood sample.
The blood from one of you things. Your breed. It will survive once attacked. Oh gosh, I can't stand this. Yeah. God damn it.
The result is 11.2 millimole per liter.
Oh, it was about 14 yesterday. I didn't like that. Sugar level was 14 yesterday. The day before that, well, actually, a couple of days before that, the last I tested, was around about 8 point something. I think the day before that, I think it was around about 9.1 or 9.2. So it's up and down, it's variable. But it's controllable. The blood from one of you things. Dispose of that. Okay, it's not a bad sugar level. It's not ideal, perfect. Ideal sugar level would be between 4 and 8. Actually, a sugar level of around 5 or 6 would be, or 5 or 6 or 7 would be a good acceptable ratio. As long as it doesn't elevate skyrocketing high up to 24 like it was several months ago, but that's due to drinking an excessive amount of zero Fanta, zero drink, or whatever the heck it was, and that's on the real excessive level. 2 liters each day, if not 4 liters a day, because if I finish a bottle before the day, I'm back onto another bottle, and that's just that's not very good. Well, that's not too bad. 11 point. It's not too bad. For all I know, if you stay low, and the next day when you test it, it's a little bit less. The sugar level is a little bit lower. As long as it's not up in the very high teens, nearing the 20s. Oh, yeah. Realism, diagonal, vertical, horizontal. Yeah, I think the science is Star Trek. There's a bit more science in it. A bit more, I think there's a bit more imagination in Star Trek than there is of Star Wars. Interesting to analyse the trend. Well, which ones which ones are better and which ones are, which ones have it a bit better pacing, a bit more visual grandeur. But then at the end of the day, it's just selling a product, marketing and getting reviews and marketing and having it hyped or maybe not bother, maybe not having it hyped and to sell something. It's just the same as selling Coca-Cola. It's marketing. It's like, ooh, it's the same. It's the same taste. Only you got to find a new angle to, because you look at the graph sales, and they sort of seem to be going down a little bit, and you think, you know, how do you get those figures up a little bit? Oh, let's come up with a different marketing campaign. Maybe they should just revitalize the 70s ones, with the I like to sing to the world to da 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 da. I like a Coca-Cola, la da 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 da. It's the real thing. Sugar level meter, very good. This video brought to you by Sinacare. Testing your sugar levels for quality health. Oh dear. AF is not a fun at the beach. AF is no fun at the beach. Oh. Oh, would you know how I feel in the last week? Oh, absolute. I felt like garbage trash in the last week. And I probably will be feeling like garbage trash maybe later in the day. Total thumbs down. Oh dear. Oh, it really does screw with your mind and your body function, chemistry. Oh, and the dimensionalities of where the body angle is with gravity and oh dear. Feel like I say, I'd rather trade it for a toothache. I know what a toothache feels like. But what I've got, I'd rather trade that in for a toothache. Oh, you wouldn't know how I've been feeling the last few days. You wouldn't know. It feels like cancer. Oh. I feel like being that close to toast. Most people wouldn't know what that feeling of like being like near the toast is. Talk about having a bad day or a bad week. Oh dear. Oh. They say sometimes a state of mind, and since we've had that jab in the arm, and the rumours that have been coming out about it, what it's possibly doing to the individual, not everybody, maybe, but most. It's meddled with. I'm surprised. Why aren't we suing those people that They stuck that thing in. It's doing something. Because it's when you think of it, it's creepy science medicine. The oh, what they do in the lab is, oh dear, oh, so many dodgy things. I don't understand why. It really does. It is a. I'm not sure how much dimensionality it's meddling with. I try to think what the heck is going on with me, where my body position angle is, and then using my mind to focus with my eyes closed and moving my eyes in a kind of circular sort of motion to sort of like to pretend that my body is going from horizontal to vertical. Because this, I get this sicky feeling that's just about to happen, and oh dear, it overwhelms my to catch your breath. I just caught my breath there, not with difficulty, but sometimes when this thing, whatever it is, it kicks in. Something to do with the AF, and I don't know. So maybe that that thing that they stuck in our arms. Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. Oh well, what does it matter? It's not like hey, we're going anywhere. I mean, though the individual depends on what we're thinking. What are we thinking of? Or is one person thinking of like how they're going to arrange their flowers in the garden the next following day, how they're going to arrange you know, not just putting flowers in, but doing it in such a way so that it looks nice. To the eye, it looks very appealing. Um, what? It's crazy that flowers have been around for a long time, and yet they do TV shows about flowers, gardening, s- things that have some things that are well flowers or such. I'm not sure if they've how do they create different flower breed by blending or merging the chemistry of flowers into to create another flower. Hmm, that's interesting. I mean, the same they do with with animals or dogs or cats. They try breeding to come up with a new type of cat breed or dog. Hmm. Or a new form of entertainment surround. That's a little bit different than the present competition because it's always the same. Uh, it's always the same. Well, It's always typically the same speaker layouts that in most people's rooms. Most of which is not much different from an auditorium to a dubbing stage. Oh, I'm just coughing a little. It's this coughing thing that's been ongoing for many days. Because I need a certain type of medication to reduce salt or sugar level or water possibly building up or in my lungs. Um, I've had an okay sleep, but occasionally I want to go from horizontal vertical, and then I'll get this sicky coffee feeling, and it's about getting there. It comes in. I don't know what's causing or triggering. Oh boy, gosh, it's like a computer. I feel like I'm a computer. I need to be restarted. Because something's started up in the incorrect way. Whew. Whoa, there's so much dimensionality in Star Trek. Wow. I am so amazed with those graphics and visuals. They don't last long, they're very short, and then they change from one thing to another in scene to scene. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. That looks really visually cool. All this cloud stuff, all this things that are kind of moving around. And other things. Oh, wow. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, boy. Um. Yeah, I was gonna talk about something about this thing that's been around for several years. Probably doesn't sell like hotcakes because it's a little pricey. It's like a beam of light, or reacts in the way of a beam of light where it focuses sound frequency in a narrow spot area. Um, I suppose you could use those for overheads and have these things on the ceiling, and then have them angled so that they go toward um, uh, certain certain seating area. I'm not sure what the angle. I'm not sure if it's like angle, say like that, or if it's angled like that. I don't know. I don't know, but they are not cheap. Um, yeah, I mean it's an application also I think used in other areas where um, they can use to direct certain or frequencies to cause a disorientation. So that if you're talking about whatever, you have these sound waves that are sent directly toward a source and can cause your way of thinking or speech to start doing something else. Um, yeah. almost sounds very Star Trekish. Like hmm, the only thing they haven't got far, the only thing they haven't got to yet publicly saying, "Hey, we got a transporter beam thing, just like Star Trek. We're just looking for some test subjects." Oh, they've probably already done something like that in a lab. I dare say, I can't say. I can't say. I probably want to know what they use to move things around. Just the same way as moving sound and sound. It's always I mean, sound could be sent. Well, today that is, it could be sent diagonally from the left channel over to any one of the speakers on the surround. A signal diagonally, um, and then shifting and panning so that you hear a holographical kind of three-dimensional or dimensional is phantom image that's floating between one speaker over there to the other and then shifting it and this yeah uh, so, so you can get a sound to say it's here, it's in this area, but its source is where speakers are located, and it's shifting the polarity, phase, overdubbing, mixing, creating a holographic phantom image. um, hmm, hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's also the sensitivity of my body temperature with all this. So one instrumentation says my temperature is within normal parameter, but there's something elusive that I never tested my body temperature elsewhere with the thermostat. I want to test the forehead or the ear canal. Not tested chest area or anything, or tummy area. Uh, but it's maybe it's not temperature. Maybe it's some sort of form of anxiety, which some way gets translated into heat of some sort of disorientation. Oh, I just know that as as of late of last December last year, oh, it's almost it'll soon be December and it'll be about a year of this. Oh dear. If that can get corrected a little bit sometime soon with an operation procedure. Um, um, hmm. Yeah, setting up, I think, a good sound system, something that's just a little bit, because every other home theater I look at, and including mine, and I'm thinking, I just want it completely, totally different. I mean, this whole thing with saying speakers, speakers, speakers. Well, fine. I get an object and I throw it somewhere in the room. It's going to land and it's going to make a sound in that area. So, but there's no actual loudspeaker in that area where you know, it's like Star Trek and the holodeck. You know, though it's all blue screen read. It's all blue screen and or painting in or things that are not there actually, and you're just reacting to something to so that your eye can look at, and so it creates a so you're creating reacting to a um, something that's not there. Um, hmm. 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 These visuals are brilliant. Oh, getting ideas. Oh. Because this beam of light that's moving around on the screen is in a vertical position, and its energy, though it's reality on the set, it's a very bright arc kind of type light. It's a very bright arc of light. Wow. Get a very bright arc of light. Um, a two-dimensional image that's only on the screen. It's a two-dimensional with some degree of depth of field. Uh, mm. It's interesting listening to it on the a bass extension or on the subs. It's just a bass extension. It's not a big deal. It's just a crossover filter. It's just crossover filters, crossover slope filters. It's not a big deal. It's like which is more realistic? Bass shakers merged with because the energy that you get off a sub bass speaker when it's played too loud, it becomes it then in part doesn't sound very realistic. It's because the sounds that we hear in reality are total opposite. It's a combination of feel the soundtrack through a tactile, the bass shakers that are just located in cluster arrays that can be customizable, adjusted. Because like a little JBL Go3 speaker that I can hold in my hand, and I can feel the soundtrack in my hand, or place that little speaker on the bed, on the bed sheets or such, or if it were a bed sheet that was stretched out on two ends, and then the speaker placed on it, and then in some areas, if I put my hand on the fabric, I can feel the tactile. I can feel it. I can feel the frequency. Mm. Oh. So adapters, I could probably make one. Oh. Oh. Let's see. So I can figure out here. What we got here? Uh, how narrow is that? Something like that. use that? It's got to be an adapter with a narrow tube. So like on the opening. Yeah, and then oh gosh, it makes me. Oh dear. Which one will work? So it's sort of a narrow. Uh, ooh, what's this? What is this? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hang on, this one here. Adapter there. Let's see. Just looks like just a reinvention of the vacuum cleaner. Oh, I see. Yeah. But what's the suction? What's the suction like? Oh. Yeah, well, it's not as noisy as a vacuum cleaner. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Probably doable. That's probably doable. Uh-huh. 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 This one. It goes into a cylinder. I might just do it. If I could see one and then focus that onto the area, it'll probably suck them in. And also at the same time groom my cat. Oh yeah. Buh, 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 buh. Okay, make it so number one. That one or that one? And that one. Yeah. And then there's you got these adapters. I like that. That adapter seems ideal. Okay. Okay. See if that'll work. Something's got to work. Something to a little any kind of grooming thing for pets, dogs, cats living together, mass hysteria. A little vacuum cleaner, but it's only designed for grooming the fur and such. But I just, I'm still putting flea treatment on my cat's Magic and Bear. I'm still trying to battle the flea. And the vacuum cleaner is usually the preferred weapon. I just saw a few of them on Bear because it's easy to spot them sometimes. But then if I, sometimes if I could see something there and I can get my fingernails between where that flea is, I can crack that flea. Hey, you picked the wrong kitty cat to sit on. Or I could use the comb and, comb until gradually, until you get the flea between the comb, and then just wash it down the sink. Because fleas will drown. Flea will drown in water in less than 30 seconds. So I was thinking, I haven't got adapters that I could fit on the regular vacuum cleaner. You can get tubes that you can fit, or if not, make something, customize it so that I could use it. And okay, I'll see where that flea is, and have something that can go over the area, roughly the area, and suck that flea out of the fur, or where it's roughly, and then that's one flea got rid of, and then go looking for the next one. Well, where do you look? Need a radar scanner to see where the flea are located. It's not a game. I'm sick of it. It's not a game for me, because I'm sick of it. I'm sure my cats are sick of it as well. They're just confused and don't know what's going on. But they're not easy to spot on Magic because his fur's dark. it's not very easy. So it's probably a case of using this thing and going over and over, usually the shoulder area and the head area, and the cheeks, the fur, and underneath the cheek and underneath the chin. It's a case of doing those areas several times and then thinking, oh, maybe I caught one, maybe I didn't. Uh, yeah, so I'll get a little plus it'll be able to groom them, their fur at the same time. But really, just to get rid of the bloody damn things. Because there's only you can only put the flea treatment on, which is an ointment that's kind of toxic sort of chemical sort of thing. You can only apply that once every month or so. But it seems like those little pesty little creatures are getting pesty little parasites are getting more immune to the damn things, these drugs and that. They're evolving. Tricky. Oh, I mean, I've minimised the amount that's in this room because there were quite a few, and I was vacuuming over a certain area, and I've seemed to minimise it. Plus, I've got a flea trap, which is just a piece of a container with some water with some fairy washing up liquid in the water. And occasionally, if the flea happens to be jumping around, it may jump into the water. And like I say, it's toast in about 30 seconds. It just drowns. It's where you catch them, and well, it's like fantastic fleas and where to catch them. Probably outside. We just don't see them. And they just jumping around and minding their business, and then they jump onto your trousers, and then you bring them indoors. You only need to bring one or two of them, and then you got chaos, and then you got multiple chaos that if you notice your dog or your cat frantically scratching, you realise it's a flea thing. You got to get on it. You got to get on that straight away and do all the vacuum cleaning around, ridiculous. Otherwise, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Uh, it doesn't matter if you got carpet in the home or a laminated floor. It doesn't really matter. Those pesky little parasites can get in tight corners, and oh dear. But there's a few things that will get rid of them. The flea bomb, or the fogger, the smoke thing. That really is that's to be used at the last resort, because those things are messy, they're toxic, and very dodgy, very dodgy. That's the last resort. Otherwise, there's other things that could be used. Could be very stressing. Like think because you don't want those things around. They suck on your blood, man. They're like little vampires. Oh, I suppose no worse than, say, having leeches. Can you imagine leeches with legs that jump around? I mean, the size of a leech, my goodness. One with legs jumping around, blimey that. Can you imagine that? Or, I'm not sure about cockroaches, but I've never seen a cockroach. Never seen one. Oh, oh dear. Oh, flipping that. Oh, oh boy. Oh, oh boy. I can't sleep. I'll sleep in the day. I got too much dimensionality of sound on my mind. Uh, Interesting with two speakers. That's just frequency filtered. The JBL subs. They're not really JBL subs. I mean, when you say a sub, or someone says a sub, it's just a crossover free. It's just a crossover filter. I mean, I could set the any one of those screen speakers, I can set them to any crossover frequency. I can set it on the low end, up on the higher end. I can set those crossover slopes to anything between 20 and 20. No, there's no point going up to 20,000. Well, most speakers, full range bass drivers or what, they can't play up to that high range because the frequency acoustically it just rolls off. But the amplifier will receive the signal. But changing phase slightly, both speakers just sound like they're coming this way at the moment. But if I change the polarity, reverse it, it sounds like I'm hearing the sub or speaker that's nearest to me, and the other one I don't seem to notice it, even though it's there still. It's still in present, but it just seems that the frequency is shifted, and one's coming more nearer to me, and the other one is a little bit further away. Just put them in polarity, and it seems like both of them are moving all at the same time, arriving at my ears, even though there is a bit of time delay. But so what? I don't see a logic in changing it. All this thing with stereo sub bass, I don't see much logic in that. Don't see any logic in it. When it plays in a room, any sub bass that's stereo, that's over on the left or on the right side is just going to literally, well, you'll hear it on both ears. Anything on the other side, you hear that on both ears. The only thing you'll notice is just slight pressure change in difference, but you're not going to notice anything like, oh wow, oh that was great, oh wow, oh you're going like this. No, maybe on headphones, yeah, because they play independently, separate, and you would perceive the pressures a little bit different than you would acoustically in a room. Because one, there wouldn't be that frequency null thing going on with headphones. And then you think, well, how do you get the headphone? Well, how do you get the subs to sound like the headphones? Not that most people have listened to sub bass frequency on headphones, or filtering the outputs with loudspeaker crossover management system, though it's very, very easy to do. It's easy peasy. I could set it up and do it myself, but I need to have something that's like a preamp stereo thing that's connected to the that could be connected then to any part of the system in my B chain. Maybe if I have something like a patch bay. Have a patch bay so it's connected to the basic 5-screen output, any part of the 5-screen output and the surround output and the sub. Don't really want to bother with the overhead and all that Atmos stuff. And then the sound that's outputting through the DCXs would then go into a headphone preamplifier, and I'll be able to monitor on the headphones. Oh yeah, and I think, oh, that's what it sounds like. I listen to it in the room. It's the opposite. So how do I get it to sound like there? That's where the mission starts. It's easy to do it on a cinema booth monitor, but you're only monitoring the sound in mono. A cinema booth monitor doesn't do it in stereo. It's only there to check if the system has got any fault issues or whatever, and then to diagnose the problem and then fix it, and that's it. But if I wanted to get well, I don't know what I want to do with this rack. I don't know what I want to do with it. I think Behringer make some sort of kind of affordable kind of preamp thing for headphones. There are other ones. I've got a very small, tiny one that's up there on the, but that's only connected to the optical output on that Storm Audio. But it's got a very low output, so it's not very ideal for checking, monitoring the. It's got a very low output on that. It's pitiful, really. But it was cheap. But it was crikey. I need something a little bit better. Crikey! And it's going in the back of the rack and connecting other leads up, XLR leads, or XLR or TRS leads, tip ring sleeve TRS, and then I need something that I can connect onto a reasonably decent stereo preamplifier for the headphones, so I could do some monitoring. But I know what to expect. It's going to sound clear, better, and yet when it plays in the room, there's something about the room. There's something about each and every room. There's something about the loudspeakers, the boxes, the drivers, and so on. Because I can hear it. I can hear there's things going on, and it's like, do I monitor the frequency response through Room EQ Wizard, multitude of sweeps of microphones inside the box, inside the enclosure, some of them outside the enclosure that are near to the speaker driver, other microphones that are a little bit further placed around the room, and just monitor to see like what I'm hearing, what I think I'm hearing. Or I can go and buy a load of pillows on Amazon and stuff a load of pillows inside the enclosure to see if so you do multitude of frequency sweeps, and then you stuff the speaker with pillows. So the word is that it changes the frequency response. Can give the impression that the enclosure seem like it's a little bit larger than it is. I'm skeptical about that, but so I'm running the subs almost up to 200 hertz on the processor, and the DCX is only running at about 151 at 24 dB, though the octave filter on the processor is set at 12 dB. So might as well just I can change it. I can experiment and then see what I'm hearing, what I think I'm hearing, or what I think I'm listening to. I mean, there's things when in reality they happen and we accept it because it's reality. It happens once. you don't have a good recorder system to capture it. Just a phone. A phone is usually rather limited to what it could pick up. I think William Shatner is absolutely awesome as Captain Kirk. Oh, he is Captain Kirk, though he's an actor. Sounds like I'm hearing a lot of distortion, but it's not real distortion. It's some maybe harmonics, and those sounds within the enclosure, though, how much dampening is inside, and where those frequencies are, are reflecting, building up within the enclosure up into the corners, or the two corners, or three corners, because there'll be two or three corners in the sub, and those sounds will be ping ponging around, and those wavelengths are pretty long. Um, mm, if you listen to sub bass on a movie, double blind, double blindfolded, yeah, and it's turned up to the highest it would go, and then you listen to something that's a new movie that you're not familiar with, or maybe something that you are familiar with, but you can't understand. You can just hear little bits of dialogue, but it sounds so unintelligible. Or it might be some music piece, and you may just think, "Oh, I know what that is," because you've heard the beat bass rhythm so many times. Maybe. And this sound frequency seems like it's shifted over one side slightly, because it depends on the frequencies, because they all got to be checked out so that they all look similar. It's just bass frequencies. Let's try and understand. Hmm. Shift the phase. Shift it variably. It's kind of almost like a balance control that you have for, you know, on a typical two-way integrated stereo amplifier, and you got a balance control. You just adjusting the balance control, or you adjust the balance control on the DCX by turning the gain levels up and down, and that in a sense is kind of balancing the level, but it's not. It's but you got to look. It's the frequency, the actual frequencies themselves that are. Some frequencies are a little bit higher than the other side, and those got to they all be leveled, so they're all the same level. Oh, but where do you put the microphone? You know, you got to have lots of microphones, so they're picking up the sound. Because you can't have one microphone in one area. It's just going to pick up only. It's only going to pick up a small portion, and you think, oh, you think you figured it out and got it all sorted. But a bit more careful listening, you realise, damn, I've only done a tiny little bit. I've not done the whole thing. So you set up an array. I still haven't even finished my microphone array. I've still only got about 14 microphones. I need another 10 microphones for about 24 microphones. And then I can place those 24 microphones in, at the front row seating. I could place an array going from the floor to the ceiling. So it'd be like, but there'd still be only areas where, it's like, well, maybe the microphone should be, because it's a lot of area between 9 foot 2 inches. And the microphone's only, it's like the tip, it's like the finger. It's very narrow. But that's the actual thing. But the actual microphone capsule, the thing itself, is very tiny. It's like maybe like that straw, like this straw, like the diameter on this straw. And you got to have literally microphones, literally side by side by side by side, in the same way, but that they do with astronomy. Multitudes of telescopes, and though they got an angle and they would overlap, I guess the things would overlap, but they have these multitude array of telescopes out in that desert area in California. The VLA, very large array telescopes. You got to have like a sort of an array like that with microphones, because there's quite a lot of area to pick up within the room. We can't really use our ears, because I know this side here will be picking up sound frequency different than this side, and this is the thing. When you got a microphone and you do a frequency sweep, and then you move the microphone a few inches over, do the frequency sweep again, those graphs on the frequency sweep do not overlay. They don't overlap. They're slightly out of position due to certain frequencies in the bass range that, so you got to use multitudes, so you pick up a pretty good coverage area from sidewall to sidewall, from floor to ceiling. I don't really recognise the music there. It sounds like because of the frequency it's playing at. Sounds very Very confusing. Change that crossover a little bit higher. Put it at 12. And that one at 12. 12 at 150. 12 at 200 hertz on the we just about understand some dialogue here, but it's like if I put my fingers in my ears, can I understand much? Well, I can still hear that sound. That's a little bit louder, but not really loud. Yeah. Because there's only so much, I think, putting your fingers in your ears or putting earplugs in, it only reduces. I'm not sure how much, what the slope, what the frequency slope is. Is it? Can't be 6 dB. It's got to be something like 12 or maybe something, maybe whatever. It's hard to say. I can't really understand that music there, or the because it's missing so much of the other musical Jerry Goldsmith elements. And then you got sound effects there cutting in, and then music score again. It's very difficult. But it's interesting how it sounds. Of course, if I tune that crossover lower, 24. Yeah, I'll go 24. Go about 80 hertz. Some frequency there in the musical notes that very difficult. Very difficult. Again, change the frequency crossover slope on the processor. So I'll change the slope lower. Where is it? 20 to 200 there. 100. 100. 100. Change that slope. Hundred 120. Of course, the lower you go down in frequency, you've got to amplify it a little bit louder, but very carefully. So that's 200. That's got to be between 100 and 200. Unless I've got a microphone there, I can't see what frequency. Or it could be just slightly above 200. Even though the crossover slope goes up to 200, could still be something. Could be 210, 220, 230. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, this is a cool movie. You don't get a Star Wars movie with such cool end credits. Like you don't see NASA connected with a Star Wars movie, but a Star Trek movie, you see like a credit like there with NASA. You know, Star Trek is, even though it's trying to visualize that sort of future, that won't happen in the 23rd. It would be the total opposite. There won't be spacecraft, like I say, it's a pipe dream to go to another planet. There's no point. The distances are too great. And there's way, 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 way too many things that can go wrong. Way too many things. At each and every single personnel on a mission would have to be medically trained. So if someone were to get ill or whatever and some part of the crew incapacitated, you got to have someone that's thoroughly medically trained. It's a way, way, way sort of complicated sort of thing. And a lot of other, because they won't have paramedics out there in space if you get into trouble. And I'm going to say, oh, please hold while we send paramedics. Oh, yeah, they're going to take a while until they get there. Send probes and space probes out there, multitudes. And that'll be the last time you hear about those space probes. It'll be so many decades and boom, they're out of the solar system. You got all this thing, NASA hasn't even been around for 100 years yet. It's getting close. It's getting close to, what's it done so far? Low Earth orbit and space probes. Boldly going. And that's the last we hear about them. It's interesting. All the different maybe I should get some pillows. Or maybe not pillows. Duvet. Because a duvet could be very large and it's still, just stuffing it inside the enclosure. And then you do a frequency sweep and then you see what the result looks like. Is it changed it that much? And then also playing with pink noise or multi-tone sine wave multi-tone and seeing what it sounds like. Because it's only acting like a filter. It might minimize some harmonics by a tiny degree, and that's not too bad. If it does that, that's not too bad, because you can't minimize that with equalizing, electronic equalizing. Doesn't do squat. You got to turn down the levels of certain frequencies, and yeah, some of those harmonics then disappear. But it's testing and checking, and there's no point buying all these stupid sub bass that they keep selling all the time. All these people on YouTube talking about, oh, you gotta buy this sub bass, or you'll be. It's just a box made of out of MDF with a driver fitted in it, with a plate amplifier that's got very basic minimal DSP on it. You might as well just get some outboard professional audio gear, buy a passive sub bass speaker, because that's what they are, PA applications. They're all mostly passive, and then put connected an amplifier to it, and a few other DSP devices that can manage the frequencies. And that's it. You can have a crappy box or something, and try and make it better, or try and improve it. I mean, I'm not hearing many low frequencies at the present moment, because where the crossover slope is set at, it's picking up all frequencies that are say above 100 hertz, and it's picking all those frequencies up, and they're sort of up here somewhere, and all the other frequency or everything else is a little bit lower down. If there's some low energy in the mix, yeah, I can hear it coming from the boxes. I can hear it. But if I filter the crossover slope lower down there, and then it's like acting as a filter, turns off everything else, and I've just got to amplify that signal, increase the gain level, or turn the amplifier levels up a little bit. But if any deeper low frequencies come in, they might sound a little bit too much for the room. Listen on headphones, and then it's like, oh, that tone sounds good. And it's like, why can't I get that same tone in the room? Because the enclosure, the sub bass box enclosure, and the room itself that's adding something on top of it. And it's like, where the heck is that? Yeah, it could be anywhere in the room. And one way to test is test that speaker outdoors. And does it have that same noise tone as it did indoors? You could have two speakers the same, two the same. So one's indoors and one's outdoors, and you can so you could go step outside quickly and step back indoors quickly, and hear the difference. And then you know that, I think it is also part of the room that's making some of these frequencies sound the way they do. Captain Kirk is so awesome. An average AV AVR system in a home cinema, it's very, very limited to what it can do and what it can't do. You add separates because all it is you just want the decoding, but anything else it's got to offer, Odyssey, Dirac, Genesis, Arc, that's not going to do much apart from just trying to get the frequency response from speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker to tonally sound identical because of the what's going on within there. And you need a multitude of microphones. You got a single microphone picking up all that. One speaker placed over in the corner is going to be very obviously it's going to be further away. Therefore, the wavelengths are going to be, you know, you got to test the output levels to make sure that there are, you know, that speaker over in that corner, up there in the corner. Where is not that one there? That's in the middle, and the other one's a little bit nearer, and then the other one's a bit further over there, and obviously that's further, and it's in a corner. So some bass frequencies are going to get increased slightly a little bit because it's in a corner, and and other parts of the bass frequency may get diminished or reduced. And when it goes over to the next one, those frequencies may be okay. They may sound tonally normal, but it might have some dips in other areas. But they all got the same amplifier. But tonally, they're going to sound a little different to what we pick up. Oh, if I sit over in the corner seat, over in the behind me, and sit in the corner seat, I'll be slightly nearer to that one, and the other speaker will be a little bit ahead, be slightly in front of me, slightly. So what? So what? Got to build a home theatre, so home cinema, so it's like Star Trek. So where all the laws of sound apply. Can't build it like the feature complex. So I could play a sound. They're the crossover filters for the subs. I keep referring them to as subs. Oh, you know, it sounds so damn annoying now. Anyway, the other speakers for the subs. And then if I turn on the center channel, bass cab, I think, okay, what if I adjust the crossover frequency slope until it sounds similar to the other speakers? Sounds similar, so it won't be exactly, but it will sound similar. And then listen to how the sound of the dialogue and music, sound effects, or whatever sounds like. Because one, that speaker's a little bit higher up or away from the floor, and the other speakers are a little bit, well, they're on the floor. It's a little bit audible, that. Probably need to set it around about 100 hertz. Like that. Yeah, a little bit more muffled. Need to go down a little bit lower. Uh-uh. 72 hertz, doesn't he? 71. Because I've got two filters on the other one. I've got two filters. So I need one's at 12 dB at 200. And the other one's at 12 dB, 154. I'll set that at 200 hertz. Set that at 200. Unmute it, listen. Unmute the center. Go up a bit. Maybe try 40. Oh, how much CPU have I got? Let's turn that AP EQ off. Okay. How much CPU have I got? Okay, I've got a bit of CPU. Maybe try 48 dB octaves. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it sounds more like a 48 dB I need. Let's set that 130 hertz or somewhere, whatever. Yeah, it sounds similar now to the other speakers, because if I were to very carefully monitor the frequency response RTA, pink noise RTA, I'd probably see what the characteristic of the frequency looks like. So I'll just juggle around a little bit and just a little bit listening, thinking, well, 24 dB octave on the center channel on the bass cab, it wasn't sounding. And I'm thinking, okay, try 48 dB octave. And I thought, that's similar. That sounds kind of close. But how many play their system at 48 dB octave on their bass cabs? There are very few home cinemas around that experiment with the crossover, because don't you get bored sometimes and you think, oh crikey, I'm bored, I want to do something different. So can I use any more 48 dB octave? Depending on how much CPU percentage I got on this DCX, I'm 8% there. Turn that one on, down to 7% now. And I'm down to 5%. That's pretty. Oh, got to leave a little percentage there. Down to 5% there. Turn the left and right down to 130. Yeah, that's really filtered. Wow. Hmm. Hmm. Put the subs on. But do I notice stereo degree? I notice low, 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 lows. Hmm. There's two frequencies there that between. Where was it? Oh. So play it back of that. See, because with the subs being close to the floor, wavelength, first arrival, hitting the floor surface, second, somewhere near the corner, the sidewalls, and then the third one's probably going to be the ceiling, and maybe law, and maybe right behind it against the wall, front wall, and then second one, sidewalls, third one, no, hang on, third floor, quickly, and then second one, the back of the behind the on the front wall, behind the speakers, and then the third, sidewalls, and then the fourth on the ceiling, and then the fifth. I don't know where the fifth is. Could be anywhere in this room. And then the sixth, and then the seventh, and then the eighth, and the ninth, and then the corners of the room, because there's three parallel walls, three parallel surfaces: the ceiling, the sidewalls, and then lower down, and then there's two boundary surfaces, and then further down to the floor, and then there's three more boundary surfaces. Oh, crikey. Oh. Hmm. Change the polarity. But I'm missing so much other detail doing this. Be the same with Saturn crossover frequency, very high up, and all the sound will sound like it would just sound like that. And you think, what the heck is that? Doesn't have any. There's not much anything there you notice, apart from all this hissy sort of top end, because the wavelengths get narrow. They narrow and they get tiny. I need to make those wavelengths a bit larger. And they get narrow, and then make them a bit larger. Okay. Move that. Whoops. Move that. Be just speaking. He just speaks in dimensionality. Okay. Tonal characteristic. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different with speakers up there versus speakers down on the floor. Ooh. But need some HF, need some directional sound.
Captain, Voyager 6 disappeared into what they used to call a black hole.
A black hole. How many octaves below they say a middle C note? Ridiculously low. I know people like messing around in laboratories with particle accelerators. I don't think that is an area I even want to bother going into. Where? How many octaves of it? How many octaves is it? I forgot. So many below a middle C note, and it's so many octaves. Boom, 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 boom. But it is a lot. It's very low. Though you could do quite a lot of experiments with a multitude of Behringer DCX connected together. So you can add, so outputs to the sub, so you could say 48 dB with a plus another 48, and so on and so on and so on and so on, and then it becomes really ridiculously low. What stresses that puts on an amp or whatever, I don't know. 48, 48, 48, 48, 48. I mean, gosh, golly. Where is it? Black hole sub bass. Black hole. Black hole sub bass octave. Oh, maybe that's the wrong keyword. Black hole, low frequency octave. 57 octave. Oh, it's B flat and next. My goodness me. My goodness, million billion times deeper. Million time, billion times deeper than. My goodness me. How many Behringer? How many things would you need? Oh dear, this is like you're doing something in your home. Yeah. Oh dear. How much would that cost? Forty-eight times 6. 48 times 6. 48. Whoa, wow. 288 dB. Huh. Plus 288. That's 576. It's 864. 1,152. How many people are going to connect a Behringer DCX up for a sub bass and then have a roll off frequency? That's just what purpose would it serve? I've been kind of curious just to know what it sounds like with just six of those filters. So that would be like mega, really brick wall. But what can I do here in the system? So this Behringer DCX here, that's for left center, right center, and the sub bass. The other Behringer is for the other two bass sub bass speakers at the middle and the back of the room, and the bass shakers. The other one is just for those. Don't know why I'll just turn that off at the moment because I don't need that one on at present. And the other, that one's for the SAS. That's that I use for the SAS. But the amplifiers are turned off at present, so it just makes the cinema seat become a speaker. I'm just going to stick the other sub bass thing on down at 48 dB. Plus, it's got 48 dB on the processor, so that'd be about, what's that? 48. Oh gosh. 48. Oh, that'd be 96. That'd be 96. 96 dB octave. That's really bit low. Wow. It's experimenting with the system and experimenting with not just speakers placed typically where they are typically within a room. So boring. My room is not that, though. It's not that much exciting, but it's a little bit different than most other people's rooms. How many home cinemas or home theaters that use a below surround? Zero. Nano. But it could be a lot way better than that. A lot better than what these integrators that are making home theaters for clients. And they only build things to their clients, vision. Most clients are pretty boring, I think, because they got no dimensionality of free mind, free thinking, because they've been hanging around on these typical forum sites. So, and like all the dubbing stages and cinemas, oh dear, they are so bland and boring and so blimmin' behind the times of, yeah. Oh dear. The best sound the best sound you can hear in a cinema auditorium is probably the actual audience within that auditorium. When that movie starts, it's like, oh dear, this is terrible. And then why is it this, why is it so deafening? I mean, it's like every movie that's going to play back is always going to sound different in the mix with regards to its mixing, its frequency response. You want a playback that's comfortable, loud, exciting, and comfortable, not loud, or rather, not sheer deafening and uncomfortable, where most people are trying to tolerate that loudness. Huh? That's like using a drill in a power drill without earplugs, and you're using that drill for like an hour or so, and on the average, drilling into a brick wall or something, its average frequency is going to be over 100 dBA. And if you're doing minutes and minutes and minutes of that, depending on what you're doing, that's not healthy for your hearing. Wear earplugs, and it makes it more comfortable, makes the job comfortable. Or just ear defenders are quick to easily put on, and just rolling up the earplug and then putting it in your ear canal. Ear defenders makes the job a lot comfortable. I mean, it's like, would you start using a sander? You just done some plastering, and then you got to do some sanding and would you do that without wearing a face mask or something? So you'd be breathing that crap in? Oh, that's not good for your lungs. Of course you wouldn't. Otherwise, you're going to end up with issues. It's interesting when you use a power drill, and when it goes into, say, like a wall, a brick wall, it's interesting the vibration, because the rotation, the revolutions, RPM on that drill, and just that little narrow, that masonry drill that's going into brick. It's amazing. You put your hands around the walls. Someone's drilling into the wall. You feel the vibrations transmitting, moving around. It's amazing. That'll make you think about sub bass, or try to appreciate that big ass sub bass speaker I bought that cost $10,000 or $50,000, and it barely does it. You could have spent something far less and just used multitudes or customize it in a room so that those drivers can interact with the walls itself and create some tactile vibration. Or maybe, don't know how many sub bass shakers you would need connected to the walls, because they will create a transmission, a vibration transmission. But it has to be done very carefully. If done incorrectly, you overdo it and then you burn out the voice coils. You overrun the amplifier into clipping. But that's why you got to do the math. You need multitudes and then work out and then think, oh, I can get, yeah. This, wow, I tell you, oh gosh. I'm only playing the last few minutes of the Star Trek the Motion Picture with where the crossovers are set to at the present moment, and then wait, if I pause it, oh, that sounds very refreshingly. Oh gosh, I'm not even playing it at the stupid sound pressure levels that most home theaters like to brag, 150 dB. Because what I'm listening to sounds unnatural. And I'm not kidding. It's hardly. It's like 60 dB, and depending on what plays next, and it might go up a little higher, but I could talk over it because there's other frequency speech that if I stuff a sock in my mouth, literally, it's going to sound muffled. But it's the same if I do that. I can still hear some. I can hear that. That sounds a little brighter. That sounds like it's got a filter on it and it's going down. Boom, 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 boom. That's just playing the screen channel. 48 dB octave at 130 hertz. Wow. Where did that go up to? That last musical note. Where did that go up to SPL level wise? Oh, about 80 dB. And that sounds very sort of like unnatural. You can imagine if I was playing that back at 100 dB, it would sound so damn annoying because of the crossover frequency, the crossover slope, which is 48 dB. If I turn it to maybe 24 and then turn the frequency down a little lower, it might sound a little better. Or maybe I should get some duvets. Yeah, I have to move the OLED, move those things out of the way, undo the bass drivers, and then stuff a duvet, a very large king-size duvet inside the box. But what if it only does a minimum? When I want something a material that's going to do an impressive reading on on a frequency sweep graph. I want to see something that looks pretty. Oh wow, that's it. And also notice it. Like if I do a frequency sweep, I'll just play pink noise, generate pink noise into those subs at the moment. And it's going to sound like what it is. And that's sine wave tone. Pink noise. Uh-huh. 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 That's interesting. Turn that one off there. That's interesting. Turn that one off. That's interesting. Have I got one of these things? Hold on, let's try something. Something I'm hearing here. Sounds like some negative polarity thing going on. Time delay, check that. Right. Okay. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I've got that one there, that one there. Place that there. That's better. That's better. Turn that down. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. Turn that generator off. other thing back on. Yeah, because I'm not using the 5 screen at the moment. Interesting with the 5 screen thing, 5 screen matrix or 5 screen bit as a discrete. It's interesting because you could use it with just plain Dolby stereo, depending on the mix. If it's a film or so that's got directional sound, directional dialogue, directional foley, and such, it works fairly well with putting sounds that are in fixed positions sounding, or if it happens to pan, then it will move from one to the other to the other to the other. Rather than you got 2 or 3 speakers, and then you got a gap between the center and the right, the center and the left, and you got this large area gap, a void. Because if a real person were talking and walking along, say you listen to them and you're observing their footstep movement, the sound of their footstep movement, and they're just wording saying some dialogue or something, repeating the same words over and over and over, and you just listen to how it changes tonality, the tone, how it's, and then you get them to repeat that process, repeat that again, and this time you walk along. So if they're walking along a stage or something, and then this time you walk along with them whilst listening and noting the any change in frequency, any sort of changes. Let me check my water things. See how that thing's getting along. Oh. Magic. Oh, go Magic. Meow, the cat meow. The cat meows. The cat meows with dimensionality. That sounds very low, low, low. What's that feature doing? Plus the fader level. And everything else. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. well. But it doesn't hurt the ears, but it does sound unnatural. Okay. So 10 dB on top of that would go up to about 90, that would. Huh. Or maybe 92 dB. You know, you actually measure the sound of a car frequency, the SBL, you know. And then you got these, and then you have then that stupid movie, Ford versus Ferrari and all that, and how stupid the sound mix might be or whatever. You know, does it sound like a car, or does it sound a little bit like they gone a little bit over the top? And it just doesn't sound like a car or vehicle or whatever. Along with the stupid film editing, all these quick, you know, editings, you know, from this angle and this angle and that, and interior, exterior, and oh, for God's sakes, do we care for the movie then? I don't. I've only watched that movie once, played it a few other times just for a couple of minutes, and that was it. Such an uninspiring bloody Dolby Atmos movie. Ugh. Doesn't do anything. Especially all the other sound effects that are going on. They don't seem to make any sense. It doesn't sound like being in a car when I hear the back end of the car squealing and the tires against the surface. And I'm thinking it's on the partly, is it on the interior of the car? And then I hear the sound of the wheels at the back of the vehicle or something, like make a squeaky, and they sound like up there on the surrounds. What? That doesn't make any sense. Those are, I should be hearing it down this angle, not up that angle, because it doesn't make sense. Oh, that's why Atmos is technically it's flawed. Or you can have multitude of speakers. You rehearse the movie, and you think, okay, so I'm going to keep these speakers that are up there. I'm going to keep these switched off and keep the other ones turned on. But guess what? Some other scene plays in the movie, and then it's like, oh, that sound to what you're seeing on screen should be more or less up this angle, not near to the floor. There's just not enough speakers for Atmos. It's just technically Atmos is flawed. Three-dimensional sound. Oh dear. Oh, or you just put a cluster of speakers, a cluster, and then you just play it back and then think, what's that sound like? Well, it kind of sounds like up there, or but But you listen inside a vehicle, you repeat the same thing over and over and over and over again. You notice the jolt, the brake, and the kind of being shifted forward slightly because of the energy. The screeching sound, and all that will sound very muffled on the inside of a vehicle. But when you hear it in that movie, I can't remember the scene. It's where he tests the vehicle with this guy in the car, and then to try and show that, oh yeah, this vehicle can do this and that or whatever. But the screeching sound, I think it is, or something, that these mixers they throw in these. It's like it's like the vehicle's got no windows or no glass, because it would be the total opposite. It would be very muffled. It's like other films that play and you hear this crystal clear dialogue with people having a conversation inside a car. The camera's on the outside, and you got this amazing crystal clear dialogue. We don't hear that like that in the real world. It would be muffled. Oh, what's the point of trying to create a soundtrack for best achievement? Best achievement. Maybe the techniques of, there's not much difference between one dub station and the other, and techniques, and I don't know how they bloody select and nominate these movies, but oh dear, some just have such bizarre. Yeah. Star Trek is not perfect. Star Trek, it sometimes has weird things, and you think, how the heck can you hear that dialogue? Oh, I don't know. This sounds so very. Though all the crossover frequencies are all the same, I'll find something a little bit different in the movie. So it sounds like everything's connecting together, and it's not got much. Just find something that I'm pretty familiar. Back up a bit. Play there. Oh no, back it up a little bit and see if I can hear that other sound. Turn the fader up a bit. No, I can't hear that because that sound would be playing partly middle high frequency range. Sounds like a little bit of distortion there, Mr. Scuddy, on the warp core thing. No, I don't know. It's the other sounds, because they're a little bit. I can't tell when you notice any directional other sound effects, because they're on a different frequency in the mix. And I'm 48 dB at 130 hertz. I'll play it back again with the HF horn.
Engineering, stand by for warp draft.
Captain, we need further warp simulation on the flow sensors.
Engineer, we need warp speed now.
Jim, you pushing.
Mm-hmm. There's a thing with certain dialogue.
That's it, sir. I can't do any better.
Aye, lad.
It's borderline on the simulator, Captain. I cannot guarantee that she'll hold up. Warp
try, Mr. Scott. I had what one, Mr. Sullivan. Accelerating toward what, sir?
Interesting. Interesting that. Can I notice any panning in that? No, there. Find another scene. No, I don't think I'll be able to notice the pan. I don't think I'll be able to notice it because it's a bit higher up in the frequency range. Nope, can't detect anything there. If it were amplified a bit higher, I might just notice, because the other frequencies are so far down, dropping so far down here, and they're a little bit up this end, sort of thing. Change the crossover slope, boom, 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 and then those frequencies that are happening up here will become a little bit more audible to where their direction is.
Sure. Welcome aboard, Admiral. Commander Scott, you're needed in engineering immediately. You'll excuse me.
Attention, launch crew. A travel pod is now available at Cargo 6. Travel pod available, Cargo 6.
Sir, if you'll follow me, I'll show you. I think I can find my way in. Aye, sir.
Wow.
Bridge.
So many things could be done with customizing. So many things you could do with a customer. Oh, that's interestingly fascinating. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one day they'll actually have something like that. Though I think I would prefer a step ladder. Just in case the thing malfunctions and then you suddenly find yourself falling to the floor very fast. You know, this thing where you just sit on it and then it elevates, it hovers, you know. Someday they'll have something like that, made by Black & Decker, no doubt.
Captain, Starfleet just signaled your transfer of command orders, sir.
Captain, I appreciate the welcome. I wish the circumstances were less critical. Epsilon 9 is monitoring the intruder. Keep a channel open.
Aye, sir.
Where's Captain Decker?
He's in engineering, sir. He doesn't know.
Check out. Aye, sir. Assemble the crew on.
All right, let's change the crossover frequency. Yeah, that's filtering now. Change the frequency then.
I'll get somebody down there as soon as I can, sir. My people are all tied up.
Just signaled your transfer of command orders, sir.
Captain, I appreciate the welcome. I wish the circumstances were less critical. Epsilon 9 is monitoring the intruder. Keep a channel open.
Aye, sir.
Where's Captain Decker?
He's in engineering, sir. He doesn't know.
You got multiple speakers.
Aye, sir.
And then change the frequency.
Deck at 0400 hours.
because the speakers, multiple speakers fitted in the floor, playing specific filtered crossover ranges of that are left, center, right, and to send specific frequencies, because the way they're going to sound or integrate or sound or interact within the floor with the, and then change the frequencies on the and some on the ceiling as well. Yeah, I can hear it already. I'm just not set up for it. Do some psychoacoustic sort of, and then, but trouble is then sound effects. Sound effects are going to sound louder than dialogue passage, unless the whole thing could be all manageably, adjustably, customizable. So sound effects, music, dialogue could all be separately controlled. And a little bit more and a lot more beside that.
I'm sorry. No, Admiral. I don't think you're sorry. Not one damn bit. I remember when you recommended me for this command. You told me how envious you were and how much you hoped you'd find a way to get a Starship Command again. Well, sir, it looks like you found a way.
Probably used a loudspeaker management crossover system.
Immediately. Aye, sir.
Transporter room, come in, urgent. Red line on the transporter, Mr. Scott.
Transporter, do not engage.
It's too late, I'm beaming now.
Check clear your number 6.
Space matrix restoration forms. The lithium crystals.
I knew it.
Air supply ducts
The
no
transporter sensor was not
air
activated.
equalization automatic off. Emergency shutdown trip.
Admiral Kirk. Well, we're getting a top brass send-off. Don't worry, she'll launch on schedule. We have to tow her out with our bare hands. Right, Scotty? That way, well, sir. Let's talk. Sure. Let me know when that backup's ready. Aye, done. All due respect, sir, Oh, this is something.
Yeah. Interesting how that bass sounds. That's interesting.
Awesome. It looks like
You do anything. Just about anything with a DCX. Oh, but that, oh dear. Though it's not really that loud, but what would the transporter room sound like? What would the real SPL be? Hard to say, really, since it's completely fabricated sound effect. It's totally fictitious. But what would it sound like? What would it feel like? Well, oh, the whole thing. Whole freaking spacecraft. Same way as like a rocket or a fuselage on an aircraft.
Unavailable, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. Available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. Fully rated design. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. Purple Shaftee. We have to replace Commander Sonak. Still like a Vulcan there. Possible. None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. Replace Commander Sonak. I'd still like a Vulcan there.
Oh, he likes Vulcans, doesn't he? Likes Vulcans.
We have to replace Commander Sonak. I'd still like a Vulcan there. Possible. None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. There's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. There's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker.
In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker.
Fully rated on. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker.
Possible. None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double the site.
Fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double the science officer. We have to replace Commander Sonak. I'd still like a Vulcan there, if possible.
None available, Captain.
Except that it is now 53.4 hours away from Earth. Enterprise is the only Federation starship that stands in its way. We assume that there is a vessel of some type at the heart of the cloud. Our orders are to intercept, investigate, and take whatever action is necessary and possible. We can only hope that there is a life form aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely a power.
A bit too large in that jump there.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
That's better.
power field of
Life form aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely a power field of some kind. Measures. My God.
Life form aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
A little bit acoustically. It's a little bit too high there.
Priority signal from Epsilon 9. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
Put it on.
Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
Change the frequency crossover.
Epsilon 9.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
Okay.
Put it on viewer.
Put the HS back on.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely
Okay.
Put it on viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely a power.
Oh, that's got a nice smoothness there. Oh, you see, you do anything with a DCX these
Of
days.
some kind.
Viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is
And I didn't have to mess around with equalization too much there, but though it's still really applicable to be, just change the crossover frequency on the bass cab. versus right versus center, or left, I suppose, versus center. And just change the gain level in the frequency. Oh. Interesting.
The cloud is definitely a power field of some kind.
It's always something kind.
We have to replace Commander Somak. I'd still like a Vulcan there, also. None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. One who's fully rated on this design. You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer.
Oil. Dilithium crystals. Emergency shutdown trip.
Admiral Kirk. Oh, we're getting a top brass send-off. Don't worry, she'll launch on schedule. We have to tow her out with our bare hands. Right, Scotty?
Wow. Do anything with a DCX these days. Just about do anything with a DCX. I've just done a few things that, you know what? Seems like a game change. All I did was just change the crossover frequency on the center channel, bass cab. Listen to some dialogue panning that's going on the right channel, and then it cuts over to the center channel. Listen to the frequency and think, sounds like it's still a little bit too high. So what am I thinking? Should I just jump in there and put a few EQ filters on there to smoothen it to make it sound similar? Just change the crossover slope. Just bring the frequency down a little bit lower, and then it sounds timbre matched. Dear. You just do anything with a DCX. And then change the level slightly, a little bit, the gain level on the HF horn, just adjust the gain level, and then got a nice smoothness there. Didn't have to rush out. I didn't have to rush out and buy a Trinov. You can just do anything with PA speakers and the right crossover system. You just customize until you're blue in the face with it.
Level 5. All right, explanation. Why was my phaser order countermanded? Sir,
Wow.
I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Wow.
Level 5.
I like all these Star Trek doors. Shh, 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 shh. Oh. They pan them around. It's just like what they did in most of those remixes on the late '90s with the TOS, and then where Captain Kirk walks into a turbo elevator and you hear the on the front stage, and then as he cuts in, the camera changes angle to the interior of the turbo elevator, and as he comes in, the turbo elevator doors are over on one side, and you hear the closing on the to where visually it is, and very very fabricated sound, but very artistic. Because I think they probably say they've seen some of the movies and where the doors are opening and closing to where they are on screen, and you just hear these sounds. So it seems logical. So yeah. Just do anything with a DCX. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Oh, I could breathe. Stubborn. That's bloody awkward. Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh, I'll be able to breathe inward and outward. I know. Meow. Meow. It's logical. Oh. I've even got all these. Haven't even done the black ones yet. Oh. Oh. Oh, I can breathe. Oh, the pigeons are up now. Oh, the pigeons are up. It's 6 o'clock. Of course, it's light. Well, it's light outside. We're out of shadow.
I could never believe that.
Bridge to Officer's Lounge. Captain Kurt. Revised estimate on cloud visual contact. 3.7 minutes.
Red alert. Red alert.
Wow, it's always red alert. Wow. Oh.
Captain, the intruder has been attempting to communicate.
Our previous transmission mode was too primitive to be received. I'm now programming our computer to transmit lingua code at their frequency and rate of speed.
I think I carried in greater speed.
Commander. It would seem our friendship messages have been received and understood, Mr. Spock.
I would say that was a logical assumption, Captain.
Mr. Sulu, hold present position.
Holding present position, sir.
Tactical plot on viewer.
Course projection on tactical, sir.
Wow. That's tactical.
Tactical plot on viewer.
Projection on
These tactical displays in Star Trek, they're so like, you know, like home cinema, sort of futuristic DCX, sort of so technical in that graphic display. Like it's like this should be the console for Uhura. This is the hailing frequencies. This is the communications. Oh dear. Oh. All I need is a ham radio fitted in the bloody hell, a ham radio. Or maybe I'll just fit my CB radio in this. I don't know what interference that would do with the rest of, because it's still key up. It'll probably cause a bit of RF interference with the electronics because it's very nearby. Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing with some things today. Some things don't usually cause interference anymore. Better filters, different frequencies. Up in TVs are no longer operating down in the UHF band, whereas before I think they were in the UHF band, and they're weird. Yet CB radios and so commonly interfered with the damn things. Oh, what a pain in the ass that was! Now everything's up on gigahertz, and filters are and other sort of filters are a lot better.
Opinion, Mr. Spock.
Recommend we proceed, Captain.
Mr. Decker?
I advise caution, Captain. We can't withstand another attack.
That thing is 20 hours away from Earth. We know nothing about it as yet.
Precisely the point, Captain. We don't know what it'll do. Moving into that cloud at this time is an unwarranted gamble.
How do you define unwarranted?
Oh dear. The degree of sound quality on proper cinema speakers is just, if I tried this on smaller speakers with crossover, DCX crossover, I wouldn't get anywhere near to one of those proper cinema speakers. I wouldn't get near to that. Just wouldn't have the bandwidth. Yeah, sound clear, it'd still be okay, but nowhere near the same bandwidth.
You asked my opinion, sir.
Viewer, standard ahead.
I don't know what it is with, some home theaters. If you're going to use a tiny little speaker, dinky little teeny center speaker, and you got speakers that don't even look identical with the other, oh, it's no wonder your home theaters are sounding terrible, atrocious. And you got a wall plaque that's outside saying TH. Oh, you got to be kidding me! You ain't got THX. You ain't got THX. Dear, oh dear. Most people that are in their late 20s or early 30s, you probably never experienced a professional THX. You wouldn't know what that would be like if it fell on top of you. You missed the boat. You missed it. The THX, the thing that they got around today, or whatever they want to call it, THX Ultimate. What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean? I've never experienced THX Ultimate. But if it sounds or feels anything like what it did in 1990 at High Wycombe, then I suppose things not changed that much. You go to regular cinemas, it's loud, it's bold, it's brilliant, but it doesn't sound, it's like they're trying to mimic THX without the actual proper spec. And it's like, oh dear, I just come out with a splitting headache. Wearing earplugs for nearly 3 hours, really? Seriously? That's not a cinema experience where you got to wear earplugs for nearly 3 hours. If I want to make this loud, so it's peaking at the average SPL levels of what it would in an auditorium, yeah, I could do that. but it won't fit the size of the room. It won't fit the size of the screen. It'll be way too large. You've got to have the scale of it to fit the size of the screen. You ain't going to do that with tiny little home theatre speakers. Multitude of little 6 drivers or 8-inch drivers. They're not even the same enclosure size as a cinema one, and yet the room's larger than mine. And yet people rather spend thousands, tens of thousands, on tiny little speakers that are not even cinema PA size. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. And yet you still say, gosh, still having a problem with like the level of the dialogue, because it's not playing back as the same scale as what you hear in an auditorium, especially when the film show starts with the advertisements, and then you hear how loud that is, and then yet most people used to grumble and mumble about how bloody loud those TV adverts were. Where you got a film playing, and then the last scene or whatever, has soft level dialogue, and then suddenly you're bombarded with this freaking TV advertisement that's so damn loud, and it's like you're rushing for the remote control to turn it down. Don't forget the frequency response. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Oh. And then you got those trailers that play so ridiculously freaking loud. Well, a room that's allegedly got a very low noise floor. Why is it so damn loud? Dear. I mean, what is so loud? What is so loud?
Two sitting. Bring us into a parallel course. Over the alien at 500 meters.
500 meters?
Then take us out to 100 kilometers distance, adjusting parallel course.
Aye, sir.
Wow. Oh. That sound effect panning. Or that. It's not a sound effect panning, it's in a fixed position. It's in a fixed position. Wow. I believe that sound effect is missing on the Blu-ray. Don't know how they managed to screw that one up. Oh.
Alert. Intruder. Alert.
Wow.
Intruder. Alert. Intruder. Alert. Intruder. Alert. Intruder. Alert.
Well, that thing would be a sort of loud, but As long as it's not over 85 dBA and it's busting my ears, I don't give a damn.
Mr. Spock, can that be one of their crew?
Wow.
A probe from that vessel, Captain. Plasma energy combination.
Wow. Well, it makes it very difficult with that sound effect thing that's playing, minus the sound effect for the probe thing. And then we just have the dialogue, and then you just sound dialogue. I mean, how many people would say, plasma combination, Captain? Plasma combination. You know, or plasma combination. Yeah, that sounds more like a normal plasma combination. Yeah, that's going to sound at a certain frequency and SPL levels randomly up and down, up and down, up and down. And you got something that's continuous noise that's gradually modulating in sort of like whatever. Yeah, you probably make a sound effect like that using do some overdubbing, and then overdub it and then play it all together. So have one the other on one track and then do another one. Yeah, I'd rather get a Tascam tape recorder and do it on a do some overdubbing. Oh dear. Whoa. Whoa. The thing is, wow. 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 That had a sort of dimension of free to sort of hearing sound like there, and then the thing where it takes the crew member away, or it sort of has a vertical shift in the mixing. Do that again, play that again. So wow. Wow.
This is how I define unwarranted. This is how I define unwarranted.
I can hear those little. I can hear these little, all the nuances, even with the ADR, even with the dialogue, the ADR. I can hear the little things that are going on.
Activate auxiliary computer circuits through manual shuttle.
Emergency alert, negative control at helm. Emergency alert, negative control at helm. Emergency alert, negative control at helm.
Force fields, full remaining strength, total reserve.
The ship is under attack. Man all defensive stations. Captain, we've been seized by a tractor beam.
Get someone up here to take the navigator station. Engineering.
Chief to Falcon to the bridge on the
Emergency power.
Going to full emergency. Captain, if we don't break free in 15 seconds, he'll blow up.
We cannot break free, Captain. We have only a fraction of the power necessary.
Engineering, relay that order. Disengage all main drives. Engineering, relay that order. Disengage all main drives.
Wow. It's got such conviction. The dialogue, very good authority. Hmm. 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 I might keep those crossover settings where they are at the moment, because every time it's an experiment. You know, with DSP you can customize it. Pretty much customize it. Still got to apply EQ to the timbering of the HF horns because where they're located in each in their all individual three-dimensional space behind the screen. Because if you play a HF horn and then get someone to move that HF horn from the corner and then gradually move it slowly across, you'd be able to hear the way it sounds. And then you can monitor it also on the with a single microphone if you want to, and see what goes on. And then you do that, repeat that test again with multiple array of speakers, a multiple array of microphones, so they're all connected into the computer. And so and then you move that speaker again, and then observe the frequency response and see what it's looking like that. Oh. So I only need to make a few little adjustments slightly, even though when you put a microphone, like I say, really close up to the HF horn and observe the frequency response from one HF horn to the other, to the other, to the other, they all look slightly different and they need to be identically the same, providing you got enough EQ power filters. If there isn't, then you're only going to do maybe only half of it. And if you use third octave EQ, you use less filters. If you use 1/6 octave, you use a little bit more filters. If you use 1/12, use a lot more filters because you still be able to see, right, yeah, that there and that there needs to be adjusted a little bit with very narrow filters. So you narrow the Q bandwidth, and then providing you got enough filters there to adjust these little until it looks like a frequency response is similar to the amplifier. Because an amplifier is always going to have a nice smooth frequency. And the only thing that's going to look crooked is that loudspeaker. Doesn't matter if it's JBL or a blimmin' Bose. It's always going to look crooked. If you haven't got enough filters, you ain't going to be able to address the problem because it's got to be done at high resolution. High resolution for high fidelity sound. Not that we can hear everything. So you go to 1/48 octave. Crikey. And then you look at look at the frequencies and like, crikey, there's a little one there to adjust, a little one there, and another one up there, crikey, and just a few of those make up, say, between 1 kilohertz down to 99, 999, 7 or something, up to 1,000 and maybe 100, or just a little less than 100. And you can see all the, what is shifting and pushing these, to make it look crooked, and it needs to be flattened. There's just not enough filters on that Dirac. There's just not enough filters. It's a totally useless bloody product. All these EQs that they make for home cinema are completely. They should have been. Those things should have been made so that they are plug-in, so you can plug them in to any system, not just have Dirac partners with Storm Audio and some other manufacturer. They should be plug-in so they can be connected to any system. They didn't do. They weren't thinking that, were they? Now, were they? They're just thinking about making big profit and all that. For Christ's sake, you got to sell this bloody piece of AV receiver or whatever. Oh dear. Because then a home cinema is then limited to how great their home cinema is, because you can't add in additional matrixing, processing, because if you try to do some other matrix processing going on, it's not going to decode playback very well, because the EQ is going ahead of the processor, and you add on another matrix decoder, and then that signal, the phase and polarity, or the phasing of the frequencies and all are all jumbled up, and then it sounds like a mess when you add on another decoder. The EQ has got to be used last. So you have a matrix decoder in, and then you need a module. The EQ modules are afterwards, and then that's where that's a proper B chain. Most people wouldn't know a proper B chain in a home cinema if it fell on top of them. But I'm only limited down to how many EQ filters I can use on these Behringers, and therefore I'm only limited down to about third octave. But then I've been to many great sounding Dolby cinemas in the past, and all their EQ is third octave, so must be doing something right there. And some that sound like, bloody hell, what they bloody EQ'd this thing for? A bloody dog and cat and a pet bat bloody hearing range? Crying out loud. Why is it that bloody toppy? I could put a Behringer DEQ in the system. That give me a few more EQ bands. But not enough. Feels like a bloody sauna in here. Oh my goodness, it feels like a bloody sauna. Oh. I've seen a really laughable, I don't know what JBL or Harman International are smoking now, but this thing with this advertisement with these women. Ugh. Seriously, I have never bumbled into females that are really into audio and all that. I'll tell you, there are very few and far between on the percentage. They're like that, and then the male population is like that. And yet these females are acting like it's a dreadful advertisement. God, terrible. That's really going to go down well selling JBL, and I bet most of those receivers or whatever they are or whatever they're selling, I bet they're totally useless. They can't do it all. They're trying to like make it can do actual all the cinema sound format modes. It does basically the common. Can it do 5-screen sound? No. Most people that have a Trinov have only got those things set up for left, center, right. They're not even utilizing the left, center, right, center. Wow. Most people that use a Storm audio probably don't even use the left, center, right, center. That shows how much they know about cinema sound. If you mentioned SDDS, I think, oh yeah, that's the 8-channel thing, isn't it? But then most cinemas, odd. Even the Odeon West End in London had SDDS, but they didn't have the speakers for left center, right center behind the actual screen. Weird. So even if they play 70mm and you get a 70mm print that's got that's using the left center, right center, or the 5-screen, those channels are going to get folded into the other channels. They'll just get folded down, but not actually played back for. So yeah. Not sure about the Warner, whether they think they had a boom. I think they had a 5-screen. Did they? Did they not? Empire had a 5-screen, so they're capable of doing it. Used to be, but now it's a Limax, so they're not even capable of. I don't even think they're Atmos auditorium, whatever. I don't think that. I don't think that is even rigged up for 5-screen. Probably just left, center, right. Oh dear. Sad, really, that cinemas have crashed and burned. Yeah, you go to a cinema and you think, yeah, has it got 5-screen? Is the one downtown, has it got 5-screen? Yeah, it's got a 5-screen, but I've never really noticed it. Either I've always sat too far back, or it's a crappy film mix, and I can't detect anything that's, apart from a hard dialogue sound or a sound effect pan that's over to the left, over to the right. Yeah, everything else. Some lousy rubbish film mixes with that. Oh dear, Fantastic Beast Part Number 2, ear deafening, earplugs, total rubbish. No Time to Die, total rubbish. It's total rubbish in this cinema. And what was that other rubbish? What was that other load of rubbish? God's sakes, what was it? Internals, Marvel Universe, Internal, a load of rubbish. God. And then Dune 2 in a different auditorium, load of rubbish. There's nothing much really going on in Dune 2. It's just a load of noisy bass. As we know, bass is usually very omnidirectional, and it's not even a decent film mix. God. If Christopher Nolan likes making epic or whatever, and he doesn't really care, Christopher Nolan doesn't really care for surround sound or the surround speakers. That's what he said. He doesn't really care for it. Yeah, he still mixes it, but doesn't really care for it. But why doesn't he mix his movies with directional sound and make it like the 1950s and 60s up to the middle 70s and make it epic? Oh, no. He says he's experimenting, and yet, my goodness, how many years has he been experimenting? Oh dear, I'd rather just pick any movie from the 50s and 60s, and it's going to wow, epic. Okay, dialogue moving. Performers seem like they are in the room, or it's like being on. I suppose it's like being on the set. Oh well, not actually, because if you're on the set, they film a little bit, and then they do another scene, and then it's all edited. But wow, it's all done. Wow. I'd rather listen to some movie of the 50s and 60s compared to some of the. I mean, Star Trek, the motion picture's not perfect, though the director has done some movies or with directional sound. Oh, I think the directional sound thing should come back. Because it'll make these atmoses sound a little bit more, probably more realistic. Oh, whoa, that's a lot of energy on that thing. My goodness. I wonder how much energy that was. Oh gosh.
The bridge.
Dow filling, 5 cc's.
A machine planet. Sending a machine to Earth. Looking for its creator. It's absolutely incredible.
Mr. Chekhov, Commander Decker's present location.
They are in engineering, sir.
Very weird, that dialogue, man.
Mr. Chekhov, Commander Decker's present location.
They are in engineering, sir.
But I like the echo effect as well there, and that nuancing. Oh. It's like a polar response thing. That looks like looks like a thing for a polar response.
Simple binary code transmitted by carrier wave signal. Radio.
Radio. Jim. Future expects an answer. An answer? I don't know the question.
The creator has not responded.
Jim. Future expects an answer. An answer? I don't know the question.
Feature is a child. I suggest you treat her as such.
Child.
Yes, Captain, a child. Evolving, learning, searching, instinctively needing.
Needing what? Spock. This child is about to wipe out every living thing on Earth. Now, what do you suggest we do? Spank it.
It knows only that it needs, Commander. But like so many of us, it does not know what.
Just like your home theatres out there. You know, your home theatre requires, you want better sound, and well, the direction for that is over there, eBay, JBL professional cinema speakers. You can buy some that are secondhand, very cheap sometimes. Oh, and the biggest news at the moment is the Abyss. The Abyss is back on the map. The laser discs, AC3 ones, my goodness, they're like been showing up like a treasure trove on eBay at relatively cheaper prices, unlike a year ago where there was only one AC3 laser disc letterbox, I call it scope, or they call it widescreen. It's so confusing. Widescreen is like 185 and scope is 235. And anyway, anyway, that other that laserdisc that was about a year ago was almost just a fraction over $100. And I was thinking, I'm not paying that, crying out loud. And I've just got my copy the other day. Took a couple of weeks to arrive, and I got it for like, my goodness, what was it, £20, or just less than £20, plus the postage, which seems reasonable. Wow. But I'm sure they're going to sell out like hotcakes, because we're talking theatrical mix. You know, not that stupid AI Atmos near field. Crying out loud. Yeah. Special edition version. It's too bad they didn't do an AC3 for the theatrical, but still the theatrical mixes 424 matrix ones are they're still pretty damn good. Oh, yeah. And the pressing was pretty good. No laser rot on it. Not bad pressing. I had the Japanese version that I got earlier, several months back, and that was cheap. But it's got Japanese subtitles on the image below the black bar. So, have I compared? Have I done an ABC comparison between the Japan version, the the USA AC3, and the DVD? Because there's no point me putting on that Blu-ray 4K or that 4K. There's no point me putting that on again. I've tested that, and it was a load of rubbish. Especially when that bloody thing implodes. It was like, yeah, it was, nah. It wasn't as good as flipping that the AC3 freaking Japan. Flipping them when that thing imploded, scared the crap out of me. I think 4K Atmos is a little overrated, and the odd dog is the old Laserdisc. Recently, yesterday, it's not brilliant in the stereo matrix mix on it, but it's a print version of the Wild Geese, and wow, the picture quality, wow, it's got scratches. It looks film. It looks like film, and it's got a slight. I can see it. That's not noise. That's a slight bit of grainy sort of thing I can see going on there. That's not a bad transfer. Not bad transfer, that. Yeah. Oh.
motion slowly kept.
An oxygen gravity envelope forming outside the Enterprise.
Wow. Oh. Dimensionality. The verticals. The horizontals. The diagonal. Oh, so much dimensionalities. Oh. And when you're in a room where it's quiet, everything stands still. Everything is still. Apart from our subconscious. Huh. Wow.
Mr. Sulu, you have the call.
For 5 minutes.
Captain, I'd like to go along.
Mr. Sulu, you have the call. Mr. Sulu, you have the call.
Wow. That blasted me. Wow. That's giving me an idea that. Yeah. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm.
On the late 20th century, NASA probe Voyager 6. The old NASA code signal that instructs the probe to transmit its data. And faster, Laura, faster.
We are the creator.
Something there. There's something there, my dear Watson. Wonder what that is. Maybe if I turn everything off. And turn everything back on. And small little bits to see what. Oh yeah. Clean that screen up a little bit. It's dirty. Oh, make it look brand new. Yeah. Ooh, whoa. Wow. Don't use that for testing sound levels. Only use it to check room background noise level, because it can go down to about 30 dB, which is pretty quiet. But I think there's other meters that probably go a little bit lower. But generally, these ones, the most they only go down to is about 30. I think there's ones that can go down lower to about maybe 0. Or maybe 10 dB. But there's no way to calibrate the level on this. By attenuating the level an extra minus 10 dB, so then it would go, then it would be minus, then not minus, then it would be about 20 dB. I mean, with that meter, it go down to 50 dB. They go there, so minus 10 would be minus 10 would be 50 dB, and then there's a little adjustment calibration level, and if that were adjusted, then you can get it down to about 40 dB. But it's not really going to make the needle move that much, so it's very difficult to notice. Might as well just use a microphone connected on the RTA. And then I can go down very low. once it's adjusted. Don't know why they sell these, those other SPL meters at stupid high prices. Like it's something special. And yet all you need is just an ordinary USB microphone connected up onto the computer with REW. For crying out loud, a lot cheaper. Like the R2D2, you can still get them on eBay. Ridiculous price, absolute ridiculous. And yet an REW would be a lot better than that. That R2D2 was made, oh my goodness, back in the early 2000s, I think, if not late 90s, early 2000s. It was state of the art back then, but now it's completely obsolete. And they would have made so many units. They would have made so many of them. And I doubt anyone that probably uses them anymore. They're probably still okay, but there's a lot of other things now that come along and does the same thing, only it's cheaper, and you get results.
Matsui.
Wow.
You received your appointment as Enterprise. Matsui.
Wow. I like the sound of that Captain Kirk's footstep with slight echo on stage right. That's genius. You get the shh, and you got the science officer shh, door shh, and then comes out, and then Captain Kirk's footstep. Wow, genius.
Report to you, sir. It is my intention to be on that ship following that meeting. Report to me in 1 hour.
Wow. Wow. Got a bit of airplane taken off. Aeroplanes.
Admiral,
Mr. Scott,
those departure orders, 12-hour stuff, we cannot be serious.
why aren't the Enterprise transporters operating, Mr. Scott?
Oh, we problems are just temporary. Admiral, we have just finished 18 months redesigning and refitting the Enterprise. How in the name of hell do they expect me to have it ready in 12 hours?
Take me over, please.
She needs more work, a shakedown.
Mr. Scott, an alien object of unbelievable destructive power is less than 3 days away from this planet. The only starship in it.
Oh, refreshing. Slow position.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Aye, sir.
Director Eagle Eye. Attention, launch group. A travel pod is now available at Cargo 6.
Permission to come aboard, sir. Granted, sir. Welcome aboard, Admiral. Commander Scott, you're needed in engineering immediately. So, you'll excuse me.
Attention, launch group. A travel pod is now available at Cargo 6. Travel pod available, Cargo 6.
Sir, if you'll follow me, I'll show
I
you.
think I can find my way in.
Aye, sir.
Wow. Bridge.
Captain Area, no mistake.
Engineering to all X. Auxiliary power.
We have to replace Commander Sonak. I'd still like a Vulcan there, if possible.
None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer.
Crikey. Gets demoted, gets promoted. Crikey.
Still like a Vulcan there, if possible.
None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer. We have to replace Commander Sonak. I'd still like a Vulcan there, if possible.
None available, Captain. In fact, there's no one who's fully rated on this design.
You are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you're going to have to double as science officer.
That's all we know about it. Except that it is now 53.4 hours away from Earth. Enterprise is the only Federation starship that stands in its way. We assume that there is a vessel of some type at the heart of the cloud. Our orders are to intercept, investigate, and take whatever action is necessary and possible. We can only hope that there is a life form aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to Captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
But not pure.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely a power field of some...
Reasons the way we do.
Bridge to Captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
But not pure.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. The cloud is definitely a power field of some kind. Measures... My God. Over 82 AUs in diameter. Must be something incredible inside there generating it. We're transmitting lingo code friendship messages on all frequencies. No response.
I have a null reading at the center of the cloud.
Definitely something inside there, but all scans are being reflected back.
Some kind of power surge.
Receiving an odd pattern now.
Just a tiny fraction back up. Just a tiny fraction. Single okay level capture. Time.
Well, for a man who swore he'd never return to the star. But not viewer.
On viewer, sir.
There is a life form aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
But not viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. A cloud is definitely a power field of some.
Aboard that vessel that reasons the way we do.
Bridge to captain. Priority signal from Epsilon 9.
But not viewer.
On viewer, sir.
Enterprise. A cloud is definitely a power field of some kind.
Wow.
Measures.
Wow. Wow. Piece that loaded on the
You're off. You're off. Pre-launch countdown will commence in 40 minutes.
a man who swore he'd never return to the Starfleet.
Just a moment, Captain, sir. I'll explain what happened. Your revered Admiral Lugo invoked a little-known, seldom-used reserve activation clause. In simpler language, Captain, they drafted me.
They didn't.
This was your idea. This was your idea, wasn't it?
Bones is a thing out there.
Why is any object we don't understand always called a thing?
Headed this way. I need you.
Tell me, Bones. I need you. Badly. Permission to come aboard?
Permission granted, sir.
Well, Jim, I hear Chapel's an MD now. Well, I'm going to need a top nurse, not a doctor who'll argue every little diagnosis with me. And they probably redesigned the whole sick bay, too. I know engineers, they love to change things.
Yeah, I like to change things.
Bring thrusters. Hold station. Thrusters at station.
Wow.
Bring thrusters. Hold station. Bring thrusters. Hold station. Bring thrusters. Hold station.
Oh. You know what I noticed the other day? You know, what I notice in these, sometimes these fake reaction videos, particularly one YouTuber, he's so fake sometimes, and his his reaction sort of thing is so, oh dear, they're so beyond fake. Because he's reacting to something that's not even there. He's just pretending. And sometimes he might have the camera in a position where it might be capturing him and what is on the screen. But here, I mean, you can see, with, just there you can see light lighting up on my face because, the Enterprise thing, the lights turning on the Enterprise. You can see the light, And also I notice it in some of these cinema fake, like Cineworld, they got the house lights up, right? Normally you turn the house lights down, turn them off, and then you project. Otherwise, the house lights being turned up is going to wash out the image. Doesn't matter how bloody bright that bloody projection is. It's going to wash out a degree of the because that projection screen is going to react to light with the house lights and whatever. And it's so fake because I can see they're not reacting to anything. They're just pretending. Oh, you got the sound that's edited or that's synced or something like that. but you can't see any light reflection on their faces. Hence, fake. I can't stand video. I cannot stand videos like that to bullshit the public. It's so wrong. So even still, you can see there's light imaging moving around, even in the glasses, because these will always reflect light. I'm not going to mention the YouTuber because he's a little bit overrated and he's total BS, along with his Trinov. But it's such BS, You can always tell when there's something fake, and no one else. I'm amazed that no one else doesn't pick up on it and think, hey, your reaction there to this time frame is so fake because there is no light reflecting on your face. Oh. And I think I saw another YouTuber, also another one. He's a little bit. He's kind of small fry, sort of. Yeah, he's trying to be big fry, big fish, and all that. But I'm just another shill. But even in one of his videos, I could tell it was so fake because I didn't see any projection light being used, and he was just pretending. Dear. So be observant of those sort of things. It's shameless to BS. It's amazing how much light level can come off an OLED. See even that. Change it to a little bit more bolder. I think it comes up in a second. You can see the light reflecting. I can see a slight, because skin, it's very, very, can change with colours. Very easy. Of course, you got the anything. Although I prefer my piece of plastic, transparent plastic, to create an in-camera sort of light reflection. Yeah, some YouTubers, they just turn my stomach. Why? Why should I let them bother? Why should I let them bother turning my stomach? I wonder how you can make that sort of, where it does that in the mix. It's shifting the sound. It's shifting the...
No matter response, sir. Navigational defectors coming up, sir. Wormhole distortion has overloaded the main power systems. Navigational defectors inoperative, Captain. Direction control also inoperative.
What was it? Mr. Decker. Wormhole. Just backing up those power folders.
Subspace profile.
Your subspace frequencies jammed, sir. Wormhole back.
Negative control. Inertial life will continue 22.5 seconds.
Now, this wormhole in Star Trek, I wonder how to get to the level of gravity force, G-force, or the same sort of thing that occurs that we notice with acceleration. But you got to look at how a base cone driver moves, how a base shaker moves or reacts, how we notice or react to it. I like that shifting sort of thing. That sort of yeah. Wow.
20 seconds. Mr. Chekhov, stand by on phasers. No! Delay my phaser order.
Okay. Is there anything there in the low lows?
Stand by on phasers. No! Delay my phaser order.
Maybe turn the HF horns down. Take the levels down a little bit. I've got that one -5, and that seemed to be okay on that. But really, that should be done on the processor side. At level, it should really need to be taken down by If I take the HF levels down, why not just use a high pass filter over the ABC? So that's about there. Okay, try about there. I'll go maybe about 800. Maybe about the 800. Turn it down a bit. I'm going to take off it. Too much of that top end. So, I can put a second high pass filter on. Come back up to here. Turn that up. Turn that off a bit. Okay, try that.
Mr. Chekhov, stand by on phasers. No! Delay my phaser order.
off. Okay. -5. Okay, go down 10. -10. And minus, hang on. So -5 there. -5, -5. Okay. -5 there. -5. Go down -10. Try -6.
Torpedo! Yeah. Order the hole. Put optical viewer.
Wow. Whoa, that made me feel dizzy, that did. Whoa.
5 seconds before forward velocity slows to sublight speed. Ahead, a small object has been pulled into the wormhole that our captain directly ahead. Order the hole. Put optical viewer.
Whoa. Whoa, that's making me feel dizzy. Whoa. So I'm a deep listener. That's making me that sound effect in there, that wow. Oh dear. Zzz sound of that wormhole. Oh, that made me feel dizzy. Oh.
Put optical viewer.
Woof. Oh, don't do that too much. That's going to make me feel sick.
Manual override on help.
Wow.
No manual response, sir. Navigation and detectors coming up, sir. Wormhole distortion has overloaded the main power systems. Navigation detectors inoperative, Captain.
But the point is, you've got to be feeling sick with the wormhole. Oh, yeah. How's a pivot and tilt the room? Oh, dear.
Time to impact. 20 seconds. Mr. Chekhov, stand by our phasers. No!
Lane, a new heading to conform with our initial IP with the intruder. Mr. Zulu, you have come. Mr. Decker, I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Level 5.
Maybe a little bit too soft. Okay.
Quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Here. I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Level 5. That object is less than 2 days away from Earth. We need to intercept while it still is out there. Navigator, lay a new heading to conform with our initial IP with the intruder. Mr. Zulu, you have come. Mr. Decker, I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Level 5. All right, explanation. Why was my phaser order countermanded?
Sir, the Enterprise redesign increases phaser power by channeling it through the main engines. When they went into antimatter imbalance, the phasers were automatically cut off.
You acted properly, of course.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you.
You saved the ship.
I'm aware of that, sir.
Kaboom.
Stop competing with me, Decker.
Permission to speak freely, sir?
Granted.
Sir, you haven't logged a single star hour in 2.5 years. That plus your unfamiliarity with the ship's redesign, in my opinion, sir, seriously jeopardizes this mission.
I trust you will nursemaid me through these difficulties, Mister?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
Then I won't keep you from your duties any longer, Commander. Yes, Doctor.
Aye, sir.
Navigator, laying a new heading to conform with our initial IP with the intruder. Mr. Zulu, you have the com. Mr. Decker, I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Level 5. Navigator, laying a new heading to conform with our initial IP with the intruder. Mr. Zulu, you have the com. Mr. Decker, I'd like to see you in my quarters.
Mind if I tag along, Captain?
Level 5. All right, explanation. Why was my phaser order countermanded? Level 5. Five. All right, explanation. Why was my phaser order countermanded?
Sir, the
Wow, you do so much on DCX. Well, best sort of loudspeaker management crossover system I probably bought. Oh, there's so much on it. Thirty, 32. 1, 2. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That takes up 10 channels. That leaves 1, 2. How many bed channels will that leave? If that processor was used with its two-way crossover, how many channels does that leave for the rest of the bed channels? Less channels? Less is not good. You want more. Outboard. Outboard. On 3.